We'll call to order this meeting of the First Five Sacramento Commission for Monday, May 7th, 2018. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Dave Gordon.
Here.
Beth Hassett. Here. Terrence Jones.
Here.
Olivia Kassiri.
Here.
Scott Moak.
Here.
Donna Sneringer. Steve Wertz.
Here.
Lee Turner Johnson.
Here.
Kathy Kosick.
Here.
Terry Porter. Christina Elliott.
Here.
Patrick Kennedy. Phil Cerna.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the First Five Sacramento Commission is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. This meeting is closed caption and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Wednesday, May 9th at noon and Friday, May 11th at 3 p.m. on Channel 14. Members of the audience wishing to address the Commission may sign a speaker slip at the kiosk located in the back of the room. Please include the agenda item number that you wish to address and then bring the completed form to me. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the Commission and state your name for the record. If you have any electronic devices, please put them on silent or turn off now. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please rise and join me in the pledge?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, again, I'd like to welcome everyone to today's First Five Sacramento meeting. And again, as a friendly reminder, we do have speaker slips located at the back of the room, and you're certainly invited to address the Commission on any item that is on our agenda or any item that is not. Please complete the slip, give it to our clerk, and you'll be called in the order received. So with that, our first item, please.
Approve March 5th, 2018 draft action summary.
Okay, any member of the Commission wish to poll or comment? If not, entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Hassett. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Public comment on non-agenda items.
Okay, I do have one speaker slip here. Mr. Gale?
Yes. I've been coming to these meetings quite some time, and I wonder, is the board perpetuity the goal forever? What's the procedure of getting on the board? Is it an appointment or elected or what? And I live at North Highlands, and I question who represents that area. I don't recognize anybody. I've been elected for different offices in that area, and I've been here when we were passing out the dole, the financing for black kids' death and what have you. And they say they're representing that area, and most of them I've never seen them before. And it's one of those things that seem to go on like topsy and never end. Is there something different, innate different about black folks where they can't seem to manage that? For some reason, and we have a great health department, I suppose, and could we maybe transfer some of the money here to the health department and get that solved or something? You know, I hear it over and over, and that's my concern.
Great, thank
and
you.
You have my address, and I would like to get those answers. Just mail them to me. I
Yeah,
appreciate
we
it.
have your written questions here.
very much.
Thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Advisory Committee update. Oh, no, Executive Director's report.
I could do both, just like that. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good to see you all. I have a couple of highlights for you today. Last month was our First Five California's annual Child Health Education and Care Summit. We had a couple of our commissioners join us, especially in one of the workshops that I thought was really great. Commissioners Hassett and Elliott joined us for the commissioner-focused workshop where we talked a lot about sustainability, systems change work, and the new First Five Network strategy. I've been telling you a little bit about that as a teaser every month, but we actually are having our presentation with Moira Kenny from First Five Association next month to go over that. But I just really appreciated having two Sacramento commissioners in the room adding to that conversation. And then just last week, we had our 20th anniversary of First Five celebration at the Capitol. We had, the morning started off with Commissioners Cerna, Sneeringer, and Elliott, along with our secret weapon, which was Harper Elliott, our 4-year-old we took with us all day. We participated in legislative visits all morning. And then Commissioner Cerna presented Assemblymember McCarty with the Champion for Children's Award for carrying legislation, multiple pieces actually, that would benefit children. That was really great. And then in the afternoon, we were joined by Commissioner Turner Johnson and Cossack and Commissioner Wirtz and others to really celebrate with the kids and their families out there on the lawn. We had Rosita, the mascot from Sesame Street, and Potter the Otter was there, and it's great photo ops, and I just think a wonderful time for the kids and families, and just to really put a spotlight on and celebrate what Prop $10 have done across the state. We even had a run-in with prior Commissioner Chair Roger Dickinson was there, and so it's a good reunion. I wanted to touch on our Pride and Joy baby shower. It felt like a long time ago, but we just did finally get our video clip, and I wanted to share with you some of the outcomes of the baby shower and then show the video. It took place on February 24th. We had 189 attendees, with 90 pregnant or new moms with children under the ages of 6 months were there. We had partners from 28 community agencies. They provided educational materials. They connected folks to resources, gave away a ton of freebies, diapers, wipes, all kinds of good stuff that parents needed, and really talked to each parent and figured out sort of what would be our best program. Is it Black Infant Health? Is it one of the cultural broker programs? So they talked to them and they figured out where that was the most appropriate referral, and then got those women into services. So that was really great. And then this year we had a Dad's Corner. We were keeping in with our theme of stress, and so we had a yoga and relaxation corner. So just added a lot of different things this year, and really, I thought, took it to the next level. And I'd like to show you, it's a very brief video clip. Maybe.
Is it over?
Yeah, it's not that brief.
Development for kids aged 0 to 5. I'm really proud that this is our third annual Pride and Joy Community Baby Shower. It's an annual event where our nonprofit partners make sure that attendees here know where they can go for various services.
This is our 3-month-old Sovereign. She was born November 27, 2017. The one thing that is a constant is the stress that comes with the newborn. Sleepless nights and stuff like that. Information about how to handle that is important.
Stress can be very critical just in general for anyone's health, but the thing about being stressed and being pregnant is it also affects the baby, and it can lower some of the healthy outcomes for a young baby, and that's what the resource centers try to do for mothers and families who are pregnant.
There is a disproportionate rate of African American children dying, and it was important for us to figure out the reasons why. So there was a study done, and we were able to determine that the leading causes of Black children dying are prenatal conditions, child abuse and neglect, third-party homicide, and infant-safe sleep practices. So our mission is to decrease Black child death 10 to 20% by the year 2020.
This is probably the most profound challenge we have in our community. When African American kids are dying at the rates they are because of the color of their skin or their zip code, that's completely unacceptable.
We're not just out here trying to, I guess, teach people, right? What we're trying to do is break generational cycles. You're not gonna learn something that your parents didn't know. So if you have people that are specifically put in place to teach these things, then it makes a world of a difference.
Coming to events like this definitely would be something that would benefit everybody, and very important information that is being displayed here and talked about.
It makes me feel like there are people out there that can help me become more prepared for my birth of my baby, and I think that's a really great thing for moms out there.
It's a big time help to know that there's community support. You sign up with any of these programs and they actually become like family to help you with doctor's appointments or know where you can go for prenatal information or postpartum information.
This is something that we really want to catch on. We want it to grow. We want to make sure that expectant moms in Sacramento County understand that they're not alone.
Yes, and thanks to Chair Cerna for spending most of his day out there, walking through every booth, talking with so many parents, just so supportive. We really appreciate it.
It was a good time.
Yeah. A couple more highlights for you before I let you move on. You should have a copy of our community report at your chair. This is our 2016-17 report. It's space-themed this year, and it highlights our investments, the number of children, parents, and providers that we've served over the last year, the different types of services we've provided, and then we've picked some of the highlights of the outcomes and the impact, so what difference we've made with those first $5 for kids and families. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Carmen Garcia Gomez, who helps put this together every year. There's like some of her blood, sweat, and tears mixed in here, and thank you, Carmen. And then I'd like to spend just a couple minutes to highlight 4 sustainability efforts that I'm especially proud of. Working through the Sustainability Committee and identifying things within our plan as we've moved forward. I'd just like to give you all an update every now and again. The first thing I want to talk about is our Certified Sustainable program. And no, that's not a chicken breast, although it sounds like it could be like something like that. It's a program to support agency sustainability efforts by offering a variety of trainings and consultations and facilitated group activities over the next 12 months. We've developed a sustainability survey. It was distributed last week, and we've asked all of our funded partners to participate in that. The survey will allow us to customize our technical assistance offerings to each of the agencies. And our preliminary survey results will be shared with all of the participants on our Certified Sustainable Launch Party, which is May 21st, to be held at the Sierra Health Foundation. So that is going to be a 6-hour day with all of our providers. Our Sustainability Committee reps from the Commission will be there. And I'm opening that up to any commissioners that would like to learn more and see what we're doing with our agencies. It's just one piece of our sustainability plan, but it's a really important piece as we have required sustainability plans from each of the contractors moving forward. This is sort of our launch to show that we're in it in tandem with them. Another thing that we are working on is sustainability with the 9 school districts. They have been really wonderful to work with. We've been trying to find other solutions for the first 5 funded preschool spaces, and they've been very open to applying for state preschool funding, for working with Head Start, for even incorporating it into their local control formulas to basically backfill where First 5 is pulling out of preschool spaces. So I can say that we haven't lost a single space in the county, and in fact have grown spaces in the county, even while moving from 408 spaces currently funded down to just 59 in the new year. Those 59 spaces are going to 2 of our smallest districts, River Delta and Robla. It just takes, the smaller districts typically have fewer resources, and it takes a little longer for them to figure out their sustainability plan. But our goal is to find alternate funding for those by the time we hit the 2021 strategic plan. That also, being able to redirect those preschool dollars means we're able to grow our programs that reach the younger children, the 0 to 3 children, through play groups, and also to incorporate Help Me Grow developmental screenings. So we're very excited about that. And then you're going to hear more about our success in transitioning our mobile oral health services to a sustainable nonprofit later on the agenda, but I just had to say a few words about it. We've worked with Dr. Kassirier in the health department as they have sort of moved out of the direct services around oral health, and we came up with a partnership through the dental plans with the the Center for Oral Health to take over those services. And I just consider it one of the biggest successes of my time on the commission. So I'm very excited to share that with you. And last but not least, First Five staff have worked with First Five Association to present to the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, which Commissioner Gordon serves on. It's another commissioner role of his, and we're really looking for partnerships with Prop 63 and Prop 10 around early child mental health issues, developmental screenings, and Help Me Grow. So just wherever we can find partnerships, that's what we're doing to leverage both sides of those pots of money. And finally, in contract updates, I think I've shared with you that we've been sort of collecting information from the commissioners, from our advisory committee members, and from our contractors about changes to the contracts for moving forward, and we have added language around family-friendly policies, trauma-informed practices, enhanced resource and referral, Help Me Grow, and sustainability planning into our contracts, and gotten our agencies on board with moving forward with that. So that's another big accomplishment. And that's all.
That's a lot.
It is.
Any questions for Julie? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next item, please.
Advisory Committee update and the approval of the appointment of Sylvia Rodriguez.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Robert Silva, the chair of the First Five Advisory Board of Sacramento County. First thing I was going to bring up during our meeting, which was a very productive meeting, we had lots of presentations, and any information we get, of course, helps us a great deal. But I also wanted to say a thank you. A few of our members were very adamant about Julie giving her updates to us from the commission, and was stating that they were very appreciative how thorough she was, because we feel like it keeps us connected to you. Our job is to help advise. The more information we receive, the better we hopefully can give you information. So Julie, thank you very much. The director's report. Julie talked to us a little bit, or updated us, on trauma-informed approaches from First Five Association. She talked a little bit about training for all First Five funded partners on trauma-informed care, which we found very encouraging. Updated First Five Association website to include this information so the general public can see this information and know what we're doing in this issue. Training requirements incorporated into contract templates. We thought this was great. Now, this is something that has to happen with our contracts in the future, so we can see this move forward. We thought that was very positive. And then the First Five Association to support trauma-informed bills. Advocacy always helps, and I think that's something that we're probably going to end up doing more so in the future. At least we see that through sustainability. She also invited every one of us to the Advocacy Day on May 2nd. I personally attended that. Very positive, lots of kids, and just, I think you saw good collaboration statewide, and I think that's what that was all about. And the public got to see us, right? So that's a good thing. So again, good job. We had a very good presentation on child death, the review team presentation, fetal infant mortality report. Stephanie Biegler, and Jasmine Hill Wilson presented a PowerPoint. Some of them were, as we know, African American children were 24% of all children deaths, and they're only 10% of Sacramento County population. The reason I bring that up is that's a reduction. That means it's working. And so I want to say thank you for that. We're seeing some change, and I think that's positive. One thing, though, that wasn't so positive, a statistically significant correlation between a history of CPS referrals and infant deaths. If you have a referral, there's a much higher chance, of course, and there's going to be some trauma. 55% of all children, descendants had a past history of involvement with CPS. I think that's self-explanatory. And also, unfortunately, parents on aid or in poverty had a much higher rate of child deaths than the rest of the population. So, although it's a reduction, we have some work to do. We had another presentation and Julie gave us, on introducing the First Five Network strategy. And she gave us a really good introduction to the strategies to help the First Five Association see itself as a network, and to improve focus and clarity and alignment with our partners. That cohesion is very important if we're going to get our message out there. We did have a discussion on the strategies to clarify members on its approach, and we as an advisory board wanted to know, how on a local level, what can we do here? So we had a very, very good discussion on that. Last but not least, we're very excited, and I'm hoping we're going to approve, is our appointment of Sylvia Rodriguez. I would say a ball of energy, wouldn't you? Yeah, ball of energy, ready to go. What we're excited about is she's from the Mental Health Board. We haven't had someone sit on our board for quite some time from the Mental Health Board. So she's going to give us a very good perspective, and if you read her application, she has a vast background. So I think that she'll be a very, very good addition. So anyway, any comments on that?
Any questions for Robert?
No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, as was mentioned, we do have an action to take on this item as it relates to the nomination, I guess, of Sylvia Rodriguez. Is there a motion? Chair?
I'm happy to move it.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Gordon. Chair will second. Roll call vote, please.
Dave Gordon.
Aye.
Beth Hassett.
Aye.
Terrence Jones.
Aye.
Olivia Kasiri.
Aye.
Scott Moe.
Aye.
Phil Cerna.
Aye.
Motion passed.
All right. Congratulations to Ms. Rodriguez. Okay, next item, please.
Evaluation Committee update.
Thank you. This is Steve Wirtz, the chair for that group. We did meet on March 19th and did several action items that you're going to hear about later. You heard from the community report where you looked at that. We're also, with applied survey research, we looked at the results-based analyses that are happening for each of the programs and provided feedback on that, and also then spent some time in reviewing and preparing for the Birth and Beyond report. So pretty busy meeting, and we look forward to seeing not only the later evaluation report, but the community report here that you're seeing, and then you'll hear more later on today on the Birth and Beyond report. Anything from other commissioners to add? And as always, I really do appreciate the input that we get from our commissioners and from our advisory committee members on the committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next item, please.
Financial Planning Committee update.
A Financial Planning Committee met on April 5th. We were presented with status updates on sustainability efforts, Medi-Cal administration activity invoicing, policy revision process, and IT asset replacement planning. The Prop 10 revenues were reported on, and there is fluctuation month to month in that revenue stream. It is still projected to end the year at the budgeted level. The committee reviewed two items that we will be looking at later on in our agenda, the 18-19 recommended budget and the 10-year financial plan, and we found them to be in line with the Commission's strategic plan, and we approved the item without any change. The financial statements through February 28th were reviewed, and no significant concerns were raised.
Great, thank you. All right, next item is our Sustainability Committee update, but our chair, Commissioner Sneeringer, is not here.
We actually didn't meet. Our next meeting is May 15th.
Okay, very good. All right, so item 8, please.
Approval of funding recommendation for dental outreach, screening, and application of fluoride varnish.
Okay, so the item before you today is to authorize the executive director to negotiate and execute a contract with the Center for Oral Health for the term of May 15th, 2018, so right around the corner, through June 30th of 2021 to provide dental outreach, screening, and application of fluoride varnish. It's a $625,000 contract over all 3 years. For the past 10 years, First 5 Sacramento has funded the Sacramento County Department of Public Health Services to fund the Smile Keepers program to conduct screening and applications of fluoride varnish to low-income children through preschool programs age 0 to 5. In the 2015 funding cycle, we allocated a little over $2.1 million to fund Smile Keepers, and they've been able to reach a little over 21,000 children in that time. And In July, so starting July 1st of this year, though, the Smile Keepers program will no longer be providing direct health services. They are focusing more internally on developing an oral health plan for the county. And so, as mobile oral health services still remained a priority within the 2018 plan, staff and Commissioner Casserier have been exploring a partnership with the Center for Oral Health to take over the services currently provided by Smile Keepers. And we have an enthusiastic new partner in the Center for Oral Health, and we have matching dollars from the 3 geographic managed care dental plans to match our first $5. So knowing that, we conducted a non-competitive RFA, put out an application for those outreach, screenings, and fluoridation services. And to ensure the continuity of those services, the Center for Oral Health runs an Early Smiles program, so a very complementary program to what Smile Keepers does, only they were only seeing children ages 5 and over, and so this would allow them to expand to reach the 0 to 5 population. So they would take over at the same preschool locations as Smile Keepers and have the same contacts there as Smile Keepers. And we are anticipating 21,000 children to be served over the 3 years, and a contract amount of $625,000. The Center for Oral Health intends to be self-sustaining at the end of the contract period, and in addition to the first 5 money, they will receive $525,000 from Access Dental, HealthNet, and Liberty Dental plans over the course of those 3 years. So staff recommends contracting with the Center for Oral Health for the term of May 15th through June 30th. The first 6 weeks or so of the contract is a transition period. That's the extra $25,000 to help get all those MOUs in place and transition staff and get them ramped up so that they can start serving kids directly on July 1st. And I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Well, first of all, thank very much the staff for putting together, I think, a great plan to transition from the Smile Keepers program to this new venture. It's bittersweet in a way because I think Smile Keepers have been a remarkable program for at least the 10 years that we have funded, but even prior to that, nearly 2 decades of service that they provide children within our county. And I have actually, one of my part-time hygienists is still working with the Smile Keepers program and mentioned how just anecdotally that she works at a WIC program out at 24th and Florin, and she sees a variety of children 0 to 5 and still was able to see kids in that realm who need services. So we triage them in terms of 1, 2, and 3, 2 and 3 being kind of moderate to severe decay, and she sees those. They are able to talk to the parents, provide the services, talk to the parents, encourage them to get coverage or get access with the dental plans. And then in 3 months' time, they actually make a follow-up call to see if they actually have services. The good thing about what we are transitioning to, I think, in here, one of many good things, is that that care coordination piece is embedded in this new plan. And I think especially important is that we have the buy-in from the GMC dental plans to help really make sure that there is a piece that gets the kids the treatment that is needed. I think it's a very good program. I think the sustainability, the timeline for the funding sustainability plan is reasonable and has benchmarks that I think they can achieve. And I think the services to the different to the beneficiaries that we serve, the kids, is very comparable to what our Smile Keeper program have. So kudos. It's been a long process. Thank you to Center for Oral Health, has a well-respected program already in existence. Rachel is the dental hygienist that comes to our First 5 McDack dental programs and is very enthusiastic and shows tremendous progress in this program. So I'm very glad to have her involved in it. I think it's well worth our approval. And thank you, staff, again.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Any others want to comment? Commissioner Gordon?
I'm just happy to move the item. I agree with Dr. Jones.
Okay. So I don't have anyone sign up to speak on this. We have a motion by Commissioner Gordon. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. Roll call vote, please.
Dave Gordon.
Aye.
Beth Hassett. Aye. Terrence Jones.
Aye.
Olivia Kasiri.
Aye.
Scott Moe.
Aye.
Phil Cerna.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Very good. Thank you. Next item, please.
Approval of agreement with Persimmon International Incorporated to provide a web-based data system.
Thank you. This one would be to authorize your executive director to negotiate and execute a contract with Persimmon for the next 3-year period for a total of $73,200. The Commission's evaluation plan outlines activities which measure the strategies within our implementation plan, and Persimmon Data System is one of the means that we use to collect client-level data. The Commission has utilized Persimmon since 2007-08 fiscal year, and we use them for contract monitoring and compliance, as well as looking at some outcomes. All of the providers utilizing Persimmon receive training and ongoing technical support, and it's taken us a while to get them all trained up, so we would like to continue. We have a long-standing relationship, Persimmon does, with First 5 California in helping us upload our data. And so if approved, then Persimmon would continue to provide the Commission with software hosting and backup and securing our database, system support, and technical assistance.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Any comments, questions by commissioners? I have no one signed up to speak on this. Commissioner Wirtz?
Thank you. Just a question. We have used Persimmon for a long time, and they have been very valuable in getting us information that we've used in evaluation, as you said. And we've been making improvements, I think, over time there. And so I think I just wanted to clarify on the page that shows the sort of the scope of work or the topics for the scope of work. It talks about maintenance. And I'm just wondering if it's clear that that does allow us to consider potential changes that are, inherent in our plans for improving evaluation.
Good question. I'm actually going to turn it over to Carmen to answer that.
Can you be a little more specific as to what types of changes? I mean, they allow us to make changes to the milestones as necessary, service categories as necessary. I go in there and upload new services and milestones every time we have a new contract in place. And so we're currently we have about 20 contractors that use Persimmon on ongoing basis, and about 100 users to do the data entry and whatnot.
So I was thinking more of the kinds of things that we've talked about at the Evaluation Committee about, for one, the access to share information across funded programs. There's two levels of issue. One is, how do we maintain confidentiality in appropriate ways? But the other is the technical one of, is it possible for us to better use that data source to track the value added of being in more than one program, for example?
So we do that through ASR, but we are not, as you know, currently we cannot, our providers cannot see each other's clients. Even if we have we do a lookup, for example, let's say Wellspace Health cannot do a lookup and see if one of their clients is also a BMU client. Right. We could do that on the back end. And so that's still an ongoing issue, and it's something that I talk to them constantly about. But through ASR, we're able to look at our clients and see how they're interacting with other programs.
And I know that the decision for what we do is, in process or whatever, but I guess all I'm wondering about here is in this contract, whether there's room, if there was a decision that we came to about making some changes in the software, is that covered in this kind of a contract, or is that going to be separate issue because this is only about maintenance.
Right. I think my guess is,
Yeah.
if it exists in the Persimmon world, as in they've already developed it for other counties,
yes.
it would be available to us because pretty much whatever is in Persimmon is shared amongst all the first 5 counties as far as what they do.
Yeah.
But if it was something that we were asking for just for us, and we were asking Michael to create that,
Yeah.
there would probably be an extra cost for that.
And I think most of the things we've been talking about are done somewhere else in the state with
think so.
facilities. Yeah. Okay.
I think
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Good question.
Commissioner Hassett?
I'm just wondering, as the number of contractors shrinks, is there any accounting for that? I mean, do we anticipate the cost going down if there are fewer, I don't know if they do it by seats or licenses or?
Yes,
how they do
actually,
that?
for this upcoming year, I left them at the same amount that we're currently paying them because we are making a lot of changes with the upload to First 5 California. First 5 California has changed all of their reporting requirements for the next year, and I'm not sure any years following that. But there's a lot of changes. There's also some new contractors coming on board this year, and so there's a lot of changes with that also. But for years 2 and 3, they have been implemented a 10% cut each year. So that it is a reduction in their current budget of 10%.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, if not, I entertain a motion. Chair will move.
Second.
Been seconded by Commissioner Moak. Roll call vote, please.
Dave Gordon.
Aye.
Beth Hassett.
Aye.
Terrence Jones.
Aye.
Olivia Kasiri.
Aye.
Scott Moak.
Aye.
Phil Cerna.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Very good, thank you. Next item, please.
Approval of funding recommendation for perinatal education campaign.
Linda Fong-Samara will handle this one for us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're here today to request authority to negotiate and execute an agreement with Runyon Saltzman, Inc., otherwise known as RSE, for the contract term of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2021, to develop and implement a perinatal education campaign, and the maximum amount will be $550,000 for the 3-year period. We came to this conclusion after releasing an RFQ, a request for qualifications, in March of 2018. And in April, we reviewed a proposal received by RSE. It received a passing score of 169 points out of 200 points, or 84.5%. They provided a very well laid out and detailed proposal, and both review teams really thought that they brought many strengths to the table. They showed a lot of relevant experience working with diverse communities, and certainly a lot of experience with health campaigns, where they've demonstrated some great successes. As you can see from the video today, that's just one example. They also have experience working with not just First 5 Sacramento, but with other First 5s throughout California. So those were all strengths that we saw in the proposal, and we really feel that they have a very strong basis and, again, well laid out plan in their next steps for a great campaign that's really aimed at healthy pregnancies, promoting healthy pregnancies and healthy births in an at-risk target population of African American families in Sacramento County. So we really feel that moving forward with this group will be a great benefit and will also contribute to our countywide initiative to reduce those African American child births by 10 to 20% by 2020.
I think you meant deaths.
Deaths. I'm sorry, deaths. Sorry. Sorry. We're hoping for healthy births.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Cossack.
Yes, I was just wondering, as a competitive RFQ, were we expecting more than one proposal? And how far did we publish this?
We did. We posted it on our website. It went on the Black Child Legacy news blast, and we asked partners to promote it in the community. I got a few inquiries, but we did not get additional proposals.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moak.
That was going to be my question too. It's just I mean, it's a $500,000, amount of money out there for these marketing agencies to swing at is considerable. So the fact that only one came in is puzzling. I guess the other is I want to make sure we have a look back to ensure that I would assume you guys are happy with what came out the last round, and we're feeling confident that this group will not only continue on, but improve upon what was done the last time, having more fluency within this area, understanding they work with other first fives, but not quite on what this project specifically is. And I guess for me, a 3-year agreement for this kind of work is unique, I actually think. I think that I don't think a lot of marketing agencies are as used to, although very much appreciating, but used to just a blanket 3-year agreement for something like this, because so much of the work it changes and needs to tack so quickly because of changes in the environment and opportunities that come up. I mean, obviously they're taking advantage of communication opportunities that exist. So I don't know if there's anything to do about that now, but maybe moving forward, as we continue to allocate $500,000 or thereabouts to this kind of work, I'll just maybe have us think about that a little differently moving forward.
Commissioner Wirtz.
Thank you. I think my question was a little bit similar to Scott's in terms of whether, in terms of the evaluation of the effort from the past, I think there's a set of media indicators, page views and hits and transfer times and so on that we've seen at times in the evaluation committee. But I'm wondering if there's anything built into their contract about doing anything additional to look at how well the messages are being received, how well they're supporting change in behavior. And I know it's hard because we're doing multiple pieces, but I'm just wondering what we've built in to this new contract to make sure that we get the kind of information that we can use most effectively for evaluation. And I just to mention Scott's point about tacking for changes and so on. I know this time we tended to, the second set of messages was around the stress message. But I'm wondering to what degree the plan is to integrate this with the Black Child Legacy campaign in ways other than, the positive way that they're supporting the Pride and Joy piece. So I just, in the beginning, we had the problem that this campaign started before all the rest of the program was there, and I just think our issue in the evaluation committee has always been, how do we, one, make sure that these are integrating, and two, how do we make sure that they're adding value to this? So I don't know if there's anything we can say, or if we're expecting any other final report from them on the current situation for their plans and what we have in mind for the future. So again, I'm maybe late in the game to ask some of these, but I just want to get those out there and see what we're planning.
Yep. And so those are all things that we still have to negotiate for the contract. This is just the first step. And so we have the basic framework for what they put in their proposal, but we are looking at different ways to measure success. It is difficult to measure an education campaign. With regard to your question of Black Child Legacy campaign, that was one of the requirements of the RFQ, was to work more closely with many partners in the community, particularly Black Child Legacy campaign, and really integrating with those 7 community incubator leads.
And I think it would behoove us, I think, to bring this maybe to evaluation committee and get some ideas for what that evaluation could look like in the new contract. Because with your authority today to negotiate, we could bring some specific things after evaluation committee that we would like to incorporate in as far as evaluation measures, and use that time to do that. I think that would be helpful.
I think that's, I'm looking at Christina, I think we would like that. And one of the things might be to, it's always hard, it takes time after you finish a project to do the write-up and get the evaluation, but I think it would be interesting to sort of ask for sort of a status report of what they think's been happening through the current program here.
And likely beyond just the, impressions and clicks and.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
But
maybe we need to build in some intercept interviews, some other ways to get information back from the target audience, and if it has had any impact. Okay. So, yes, we'll put that on the agenda for the next evaluation committee meeting and get some of that under us before we negotiate.
Commissioner Turner Johnson.
I just had a question regarding your speculation, it's what it would have to be, as to why perhaps there weren't other responses. Was it maybe because they had been the people, doing that campaign for us previously, or was it perhaps the turnaround time? And just an added comment is that when they originally were contracted with, I was serving then on advisory and actually sat and read all of those. There were others that applied at the time, and I remember very clearly that process and how they stood out as incredibly experienced and so forth, not specifically, as Commissioner Moak says, to this particular topic, but in terms of their skills otherwise. So I'm just wondering if you could speculate on why that might have happened. And just lastly also, I remember in their grant originally, and I'm sure it's still true, their collaboration in the community with agencies was pretty extensive.
Yes.
So I think that's good to know too. That's all.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure, like a specific reason why there weren't other agencies that applied. I know that I had a very long laundry list of requirements in our RFQ, and so certainly I think for some agencies it's a lot to do with, for what some see as a limited budget. RSC brought to the plate a lot of in-kind contributions to this contract, so that was definitely something that we saw as a benefit as well. I did receive a few inquiries, but some of those inquiries were from people that are out of our county. So we really wanted to make sure that those that are convening this campaign have a really good feel for who's in this community and who they could collaborate with. So that may have also, deterred some people as well.
Commissioner Wirtz.
Just another point that this is a small amount of money for a media campaign, and it does shape what kinds of media you can use, and it tends to be then more on the ground and local in its effort. But just in terms of media campaigns, this is pretty minimal amount of money here for the 3 years. I mean, if you look at it as a 3-year campaign, not that it plays out each year, but small amount and we want to then make sure that it does target and is accomplishing some of the things that we are specifically intending.
Yes. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Turner Johnson too. It had the typical turnaround time of all of our competitive bids and was advertised in all of the same places. So it got the same exposure as any of our others did.
Thanks.
Sure.
Commissioner Elliott.
Really quick, what I appreciated, and I think what we'll just address through the evaluation committee, is the core service of collaborating with key partners. I think that in the minimum number to be reached, where we set those standards, where we have those conversations, because the amount is so low, I think that that's where we get the most bang for our buck, if you will. So I think that's why that core service is probably the most important to me from an evaluation perspective.
Okay, this has been a good discussion. I think staff is hearing somewhat a sensitivity on this commission to understanding at least the process when we have somewhat of a customized situation here and when we only have a single respondent. So I'm sure you're going to internalize that and make sure we're very well educated before the next time we have a situation like this. Okay, all right. We do need to take a vote on this item. The chair will move it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Hassett. Roll call vote, please.
Dave Gordon.
Aye.
Beth Hassett.
Aye.
Terrence Jones.
Aye.
Olivia Kasiri.
Aye.
Scott Moak.
Aye.
Phil Cerna.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Very good, thank you. Next item, please.
Public hearing, adoption of the fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget and 10-year financial plan.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Eric Harold. I'm the Chief of Administration for First Five Sacramento. Agenda item 11 is the fiscal year 18-19 recommended budget and 10-year financial plan. If you go ahead and look at attachment 1, the budget highlights, we can take a look at the budget highlights. The fiscal year 18-19 budget has 23.5 million in overall expenditures. This includes 4.9% for administration, 2.4% for evaluation, and 92.7% for overall program activities. This attachment also has a breakdown of how the funding is split among each of the result areas and provides a breakdown on the net effect to the reserve. This is seen in the call-out box at the bottom right. You can see in this box that our reserve beginning balance is 25.1 million. We have a fund balance of 6.2 million, and we will require a reserve release of $3.5 million for a total assistance of $9.8 million in the proposed fiscal year 18-19 budget. This will leave the ending reserve balance at the end of fiscal year 18-19 at $21.5 million. So when combined, this assistance is combined with the anticipated revenues in fiscal year 18-19, you can see that we have a total funding of $23.56 million, which is equal to our projected expenditures, or anticipated expenditures. Okay, if you move on to attachment 2, the budget detail, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the specific expenditures and revenues. You may notice that some of the individual general ledger accounts are reduced in spite of having spent all of the funds budgeted. So in other words, if I requested a budget of $50,000 in a particular account, we spent $50,000, and this year we're requesting $30,000. Well, these are identified reductions that First Five is making for the 2018 strategic plan. We're not just expecting our contractors to take all the cuts. We have also made reductions. These cuts are reflected in discretionary accounts such as business, conference expense, travel, education, training services and supplies, office supplies, printing, media services, and other discretionary accounts. As far as staffing goes, we did reduce our staff by 1.0 FTE, which is full-time equivalent. This was a vacant Administrative Services Officer 2 position, which generated about $116,000 in savings. We also are leaving vacant a planner position that was vacated through a retirement for the dental program. We're leaving that position vacant, and we've kind of entered into a partnership with Public Health where we are funding 0.25 FTE of a health program coordinator to monitor our dental contracts. We also house that position over at the First Five office. Our community-based contracts were reduced by $5.6 million overall. However, $2 million of that was for the Rancho Cordova fluoridation project that came before the commission a few months ago, I think. So that accounted for $2 million of the reduction. On the revenue side, we are using a 1% assumption for the rate of interest on the reserve fund. For Prop 10 revenues, the California Department of Finance and First Five California provided projections that include Prop 56 backfill for all the counties. We were given a range from $12.2 million to $12.9 million for the next fiscal year. I went with the $12.2 million figure due to the current state of volatility that we're seeing in the Prop 10 funding and also to mitigate against mid-year changes if revenues do not meet expectations. So I wanted to avoid that if all possible. There were no other significant revenue issues to report, as the remaining revenues are anticipated to be static or status quo. If you go ahead and move on to Attachment 3, the 10-year financial plan. Actually, I've included a bonus year this go around, so I could go ahead and finish out the 2024 strategic plan. And you can also see a redesign in this form a little bit. I've included all the reserve fund information at the top of the form as opposed to the top and the bottom, how it used to be. The green highlighted column is the proposed or the recommended budget that we're considering here today, and it is the first year of the 2018 strategic plan. You can see the reserve fund starts off, as discussed, at $25.1 million with a fund balance of $6.2 million and a reserve release of $3.5 million, leaving the end reserve balance at $21.5 million. If you progress through the years, looking at the reserve fund balance, you will see that the end of fiscal year 23-24, it ends at the $3 million mark, which is First Five policy of how much we would like to keep in the reserve fund to cover cash flow and emergency contingency issues. So in the 2024 strategic plan period, those 3 years will operate solely based on revenues that are received, and there will no longer be reserve assistance. One other thing I'd like to call out about this report is that at the bottom are some IP adjustments, as I call them, or implementation plan adjustments. Some of you may remember working on the strategic plan and the implementation plan that our overall annual allocation was to be $20,050,000. But based on some prior approved commission votes, we have encumbered certain things and made certain other adjustments. And those are noted here. It includes the $1.9 million for the Arden fluoridation project and Galt Clinic operations. $1.6 million is included for Medi-Cal administrative activities or MOB backcasting. That's the money we have to pay back to the state. And then some of you may also recall that there was this 103 on this report that was sitting out a few years and it kept getting closer. That was held for evaluation, extension of a 6-month extension of evaluation contracts that are finally included in this budget. And then there's a negative effect or adjustment, and that's a result of some of our contractors opting to take a little bit lower contract amount so they can build in a cost of living adjustment as the progressive years go by. So there's a little bit of a negative adjustment in this year. So with all those adjustments applied, you will see that the overall budget request, or the adjusted budget request, is $20,050,000, which is in line with this 2018 strategic plan and goals. And this concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, staff? Okay, if not, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing and welcome anyone who wishes to address the commission. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission for deliberation and/or motion at this point. Commissioner Jones.
I move to approve the plan as illustrated and provided to us.
The budget. Okay.
Budget.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gordon. Roll call vote, please.
Dave Gordon.
Aye.
Beth Hassett.
Aye.
Terrence Jones.
Aye.
Olivia Kisiri.
Aye.
Scott Moak.
Aye.
Bill Cerna.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Very good, thank you. Next item, please.
Public hearing, First Five California fiscal year 2016-17 annual report.
Fantastic. The Children and Families Act requires that each county commission hold at least one public hearing on the First Five California annual report. and the one included in your packet today is for 2016-17. It includes both fiscal and service data relating to the County Commission's collective results, as well as what First Five California has been up to. According to the annual report, First Five California received $79.9 million, which is $5.6 million less than the previous year. And the county commissions received $341.9 million, which is $23 million less than the previous year. First Five County Commissions statewide collaborated on a number of projects to support First Five California's purpose and missions. Those were not only direct services, but also systems improvement services too. And the highlights of the programs and services provided by each of the county commissions is provided toward the back of the report, pages 29 through 52. And if you're looking for First Five Sacramento's highlights, those could be found on page 42. And we chose to highlight last year our sustainability efforts, since those were brand new, and our outcomes from our cultural broker and Safe Sleep baby programs, as well as our accomplishments under school readiness. So you can read all about those and check out and see what the other counties were up to as well.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing item as well. Open the public hearing. Welcome anyone that wishes to address the commission on this item. Come forward. Seeing none, close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberation and/or motion.
No vote required on this one
No
or the
vote?
next one.
Oh. Even though it's a public hearing?
It's a public hearing for you to hear comments. There's no action needed.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Next item then.
Presentation of Birth and Beyond evaluation of fiscal years 15-16 and 16-17.
Great. So each year, our partners at Birth and Beyond provide an update to the Commission on the outcomes of the previous year's activities. I believe Sheila Boxley and Richard Dana will join us today to share with you a look at client outcomes over a 2-year period. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. I do this every time.
I know. There you go.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Thank you for taking time again to hear our results. We've had quite a lengthy process in putting this together, and you have the whole report. I promise we're not going to go over every piece of it because we presume you can see all that's in there. I'm remiss. I should say I'm Sheila Boxley, the President and CEO of the Child Abuse Prevention Center, one of the partners in Birth and Beyond. And just as a reminder, we have a whole slew of partners, the primary partners being Folsom Cordova Community Partnership, La Familia, Mutual Assistance, River Oak, Sacramento Children's Home, and WellSpace Health, as well as the Child Abuse Prevention Center. But in addition to that, we have a number of other community providers and referral sources who are partners in the program. As it also turns out, we're coming upon a big milestone because next year is the 20th anniversary of Birth and Beyond, and that's really quite an accomplishment in terms of sustainability for community-based programs and initiatives. So kudos to your commission as well as the Board of Supervisors for your ongoing support. This evaluation is really based upon a very intensive and inclusive process of looking at the data, looking at the design, looking at all the questions that anyone might have on the committee, and that includes representation from your staff and also from Commissioner Wirtz as the Evaluation Committee Chair, representation from Child Protective Services, from the Sacramento Department of Public Health, as well as individuals from Birth and Beyond and CAPC. And so really, truly a very intensive, heavily discussed, and really a consensus in what should be measured and how it should be measured and what the primary questions are that are going to be addressed through the evaluation. So this is not a descriptive evaluation where we're going to tell you all about how many services and so on, but really looking particularly at the impact on CPS in terms of recidivism, entry or re-entry of families who have been served. And I'm going to turn it over for a bit to Richard.
Thank you. Okay, how do we use this? Is it as simple as that?
It really is.
Wow. My boys would be so proud of me. So I'm Richard Dana. I'm with the Mutual Assistance Network, and I'm also the chair of the Birth and Beyond Collaborative, and thank you for having me today. So I'm going to start with this slide and not even have to use the clicker yet. And that's probably the technical term, isn't it, the clicker? So this evaluation covers the 4 core areas of Birth and Beyond: home visitation, crisis intervention services, effective parenting workshops, and enhanced core services. Enhanced core services, I'll go into this a little bit more later, but just for your reference right now, it is the items that occur at the Family Resource Centers, the FRCs, that incorporate the various activities to improve family dynamics. So you can think about all the different things that are not home visitation, that are not a parenting class, that actually go in to support a family life. There's a lot of them. This one, we really looked at some primary questions that needed to happen in order for us to make sure that this evaluation was meeting all the questions that we need answered. So some of those include the programmatic reach of Birth and Beyond, how many families we're actually touching during the years. This evaluation incorporates 2 years. It was supposed to be, originally we had 1 year. There were some questions that were asked, and actually, I think, Julie, it was you who convened the group together at first to make sure that this was answered properly, which had to happen. And I also noticed back here, too, I want to make sure that Lynn Kennedy is recognized, because the evaluation process that we use in data-wise comes from her work from many years ago. I shouldn't say many years, currently, plus many years ago. We also looked at the characteristics of the families to make sure we're hitting all the proper areas. We looked at the outcomes of what families, what happens to families after the cases close. We look at the participation for home visitation families with CPS after cases closed. We look at what is the optimum number of hours that a family needs to be in contact with Birth and Beyond to know if it's being successful. And to do that, we do have some primary data sources we use. We use the data that's collected on-site through the Birth and Beyond program. That's then in turn what I was just referencing with LPC consultants. We use pre and post assessments, and we also look at CPS records. Now I get to use this. So, based on the questions that were raised in the previous evaluation, we did look at the methodology that we needed to come up with and really proposed an idea of a more rigorous and well-informed approach through a collaborative process. So that's the important part, is that this process is agreed upon by all the partners. So First Five, CPS, which is DHHS, Birth and Beyond, all took part in this process and all agreed upon the methodology. The information you're going to receive today is both DHHS families and First Five families. That's important because the funding for Birth and Beyond comes from both sources, along with additional funds from MA, from AmeriCorps, so on. So the numbers, we'll try to call out for you as best we can which numbers are First Five numbers. The evaluation examined CPS outcomes for 12 months post-intake and 12 months post-closure. So that's important because that's a big difference from previous. And Logistic regression is just a word that I'm supposed to say out loud. Sheila's going to talk to you about it later on. I'm sure both my boys in math class could tell you about it more than I can, but it is looking at how we examine multiple factors. And, okay. So the programmatic outreach, we actually hit in 2 years over 11,000 unduplicated families that receive service at least once. So these families, through referrals, and it's important to understand that our referrals come from many resources. So you have hospitals, you have Child Protective Services. Birth and Beyond does an amazing job of hiring from the neighborhoods and being rooted in the neighborhoods. So a lot of resources come from the neighborhoods themselves, from schools. You can imagine the like. But yet, we're able to reach over 11,000 families in the year. Of those families, in 15-16 year, 72% were from First Five, or were First Five families, excuse me. And in the 16-17 year, that decreased a little bit to 66%. Keep in mind that the DHHS funding increased at the same time. So I'm supposed to tell you that the darker the color, the stars represent where the locations are. The darker the color is the concentration of families. I'm colorblind, like really, so I don't see that. And I want to thank Stephanie for telling me that there's darker colors up there. The families that, of the families served, 19,722 children were served over the course of the 2 years. 1/4 of them had parents that were in the effective parenting workshops. Those are the classes. 1/3 had parents in home visitation, and nearly half of them were involved in crisis intervention services. The number of families receiving, actually, I'm going to take a step back for a second. I'm going to go off my notes, which is going to really scare Stephanie Biegler for a second. We're going to go through a lot of numbers like this. You're going to see a ton of them. I want to make sure you understand as you're looking at these numbers, you're thinking about the families we're serving and the types of families they are. Their lives are in crisis in the moment they come into us. And over 60% are seen by our crisis intervention specialists. The families are living in tough conditions. Our home visitors, I couldn't be a home visitor. Our home visitors go through extensive training to work with them, and they use comprehensive materials to know what to do with them. And I think about actually Commissioner Moe came out to visit Thanksgiving, 2 Thanksgivings ago, and visited some of the families, and how it is that the empathy the parents and grandparents have for these kids is amazing, but their resources aren't there. And our home visitors and our staff do everything they can. So as you see these numbers, think about the conditions the folks are living in and how difficult it is, because numbers are numbers in the evaluation paperwork, but in reality, it can be pretty tough. So, of that, we had 3,120 families that received home visitation services. I'm trying to look at for the 22% of home visitation cases, 22% of the home visitation cases were joint CPS visits, which is important. Of the parenting workshops, you're talking about a variety of parenting workshops that we utilize. There's Make Parenting a Pleasure, receives the most people or attendance, but we also use Dare to Be You and NPP, which is Nurturing Parenting Program curriculum. We have NPP Toddler and Infant, Prenatal, Fathers, and School Age. Of all of them, they are anywhere from 18 to 25 hours long, in curriculum, so that can go on for quite some time. So in recognition of that, we look at 80% completion or 80% attendance as completion. For crisis intervention, this is a really important and valuable portion of our program. The reality is that many of the families who come in need this service immediately. Some 40% of the families that we see receive case-managed crisis intervention. So that's it can be up to 10 weeks. 10 can be intensive in terms of making sure that they get out of a very difficult situation. Some of the other 60% of crisis intervention cases received light touches. What that is referrals, resources, items that they need in the moment real quickly. The FRC does enhanced core services in addition to the classes. Those enhanced core services make sure that our families are in a position to support their children, support each other, and begin to build social networks so that they can support each other in ways that they couldn't before. Breaking isolation is super important. So some of those activities would include tutoring, bullying prevention, recreation, stress reduction, auto or car seat safety classes. Those would be some of the pieces that you would recognize. It's important to recognize that all of the FRCs, because they're in different communities, have to use some of their structure a little bit differently. But what I mean by that is the resources they pull in might be a little bit different based on the communities they're in, but all of the Birth and Beyond services use the same methodologies, and the evaluation that you're about to hear from Sheila is based on those methodologies so that we can make sure that we're able to track and do what we need to do on the ground level. I can say, as an executive director for Mutual Assistance Network with 2 sites, Arden Arcade and Del Paso Heights, that we do use this evaluation very intently at the site level to make sure we are matching our work with what needs to be done. I'm going to pass it back to Sheila now. Thank you.
I would just like to say that Richard and I flipped a coin and he won. So now I'm going to tell you the statistical parts of these. And in the interest of full disclosure, I am not a statistician or a researcher, but what I do know is from sitting in on the meetings and also talking, all of the partners who are involved in this on the committees are in agreement that these findings are correct and that they're thorough and that they've addressed what we need to know for continuous improvement of the program. So I'm very confident in telling you these numbers and information. So first of all, as Richard said, there are different components to the program. So the first slide is really looking at the crisis intervention piece of this, which is really quite important because my mom was an elementary school teacher, and she would say when the child comes in and they're upset and something really bad has happened, I'm not likely to be able to teach them the state capitals in 5th grade. We've got to go back and deal with what the crisis is that's going on. And it's really the same sort of thing. So what we look at is there is a pre-post test. It's pretty simple and straightforward. We didn't make it up. It is used pretty widely, and that is we measure the stress level for the parents. Then we look at the stress that's being put upon the children, and obviously we want those two to go down, and you'll see from the chart that indeed they did go down. They were reduced. And then on the other side of, did they have more support, whether it's friends or families or community that they could rely on? And do they know how to go and where to go to get support and help if they need it in the future? And obviously we wanted to see those things increase. And what you can see on this chart is that, in fact, all 4 of those indicators went in the direction that we would hope, and they did so to a 95% confidence level. So it's statistically significant. And then we looked at the parent education, which is another really important component. And what we're looking at in this case is the evidence-based curriculum nurturing parenting program. And Birth and Beyond has used that curricula both for the parenting classes in the Family Resource Center as well as the basis for the home visitation parent education. And a shout out to First Five, because it was some years ago that First Five investigated the various evidence-based curricula for parent education, effective parenting, and gave us a short list of things to choose from. And this has been a really effective parent education approach. And what goes with it is an assessment tool. And that assessment tool is administered initially and then periodically to see what the changes are in both the knowledge that the parents have as well as the attitudes and behaviors. And so this first slide is looking at the parenting workshops that are held in the FRCs, and what you'll see there is that, again, we are pleased that we're going in the right direction in terms of the changes that have been made, and the areas that we look at, the key areas that are measured, are the expectations of the parents. Are they reasonable? Do they make sense for the age of the child and what you would be expecting? Empathy. Is the parent able to empathize with the child and think about, wait a minute, how is he or she going to feel about this? What's going to be the impact on my child? Punishment. Do they use effective discipline? Do they use discipline that's not harmful to the child, etc.? Roles. What's the role of the parent? What's the role of the child? What's the role of other family members? Is that clear, and are people actually in those correct roles? And then finally, looking at the power distribution. Certainly, we know that the parent has power, but we also want the child to be in a position to say, I need this, or this is what's happening, etc. So, very simplistically, those are the 5 areas that we look at. And we looked at this for both the infant toddler education as well as with the school-age children, or the families with school-age children. And what you will see is there was an increase in knowledge and attitudes from the pre-assessment to the post-assessment, and in every one of those domains it was statistically significant at a 0.05 level, or 95% confidence. So that's what we wanted to see.
May I ask? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, may I ask a question? I
Sure.
think I know the answer, but I just want to clarify. At the bottom of your slide, you put triage it into 3 areas: high risk, and this in the next slide, both of them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
High risk, medium risk, and low risk. So those are triaged by the Nurturing Parent Education Program itself, not by the...
Yes, it's by the pre-assessment. It's an AAPI, Adult Adolescent Parenting Index, and it is nationally and I think internationally normed. So when we're looking at it, there's a very large body of information about what that might mean. So a low-risk or prevention family would be scoring higher on the initial assessment and maybe have some areas that need to be worked on, but the risk level is not as significant as you go up the scale.
And so is our goal, though, to move them from, say, medium risk to that low risk category?
Yes,
Right.
yes. I mean, if they're high risk, we want to get them at least to medium. If they're medium, we want to get them to low risk. I mean, ideally, we'd like everybody to be no risk, but...
And just to follow up, I'm sorry, just
Sure.
to kind of, so if we were to check this in 3 or 4 years, these same families, we would hopefully see that that actually occurred?
We would hope that we would see that. Realistically, when families have cases closed and they've gone on, we don't really have the ability to follow them 5 years later and ask them to take the assessment. So we don't necessarily have a way to know that very long term. Okay. And so what we're seeing, now I don't know if I'm on the same one or the other one, okay, yes, I am on the right one. They look very much alike, as it turns out, and that's a good thing. The reason they look alike is that what you see is, again, that these indicators have gone in the right direction. In this case, we're looking at the MPP outcomes for home visitation families, because, as I said, that's really the basis of the home visits. understanding that there may be a crisis or other things that need to happen in a home visit, but this is the way we're really trying to move the needle in these categories. And what you see is, again, in all of the domains, there was significant improvement, 95% confidence level, so that is indeed what we want to see. And not all families are taking MPP education curricula in each of the areas. It's matched, again, to what the assessment shows, and sometimes that can change with additional assessments along the way, so it can be flexible.
Earlier on in the presentation, it noted that some of your visits were joint visits with CPS.
Yes.
Can you talk about the distinction between the two and how that comes about?
It can come about in a number of ways. Sometimes the referral that happens may be the joint visit, so that somebody from CPS is accompanying a home visitor from the very beginning, and that's not atypical from that sort of a situation. There can be incidents subsequently where there might be a joint visit, and that just is some incident that's occurred or some risk or something else along the way with the family, but typically it's early on. It's kind of a transition, if you will. Okay, now I am going to make an effort to explain these pictures to you all as best I can, because there's a lot going on in this particular slide and the next one. What you're going to see is we're looking at outcomes relative, in this case, to CPS investigations. And we're looking at it in two different ways. If you look at the slide and you're not colorblind, so and you can see the dark and the light, what you'll see is there's a light blue bar, and the light blue bar is for all intake. So that's measuring what happens with a family 12 months after the initial intake. So part of that time or all of that time they could be getting birth and beyond services. The darker blue is looking 12 months after case closure for a family. So they're no longer receiving the home visitation services. This is 12 months out. And if you look at the bottom of this slide, what you see is dosage. And the dosage is in hours. And so at the very left, you're looking at families who receive less than 8 hours of services. And what I would tell you from a programmatic perspective is we don't necessarily ever claim that in less than 8 hours, like for example one visit, you're going to have a transformation of the whole family and everything that could possibly happen. So that is interesting to see, but we think that actually some of the rest of the information there is actually even more meaningful. And I do want to point out when we're talking about this, again, this slide is just CPS investigations. It doesn't mean a case is opened. It doesn't mean that there's a substantiation. But 52% of the parents in home visitation have a CPS prior history. So they've already had contact with CPS in some way. And that does not include the parents who were child victims. So this is just the parent has had some exposure and with CPS. And what you see is, I'm going to kind of cut to the chase with part of this. We are looking very much for where are the sweet spots, how much service starts to make the most difference, what duration of service makes the most difference. So I will point out to you that in the slides with the intake cases, in other words 12 months after intake, 86 to 93% of the families did not have a CPS investigation if they had 32 hours or more. And in the closed cases, where we're looking 12 months after closing a case, 89 to 93% of the families with as much as 24 hours of home visitation did not have a subsequent investigation. And those those numbers with that amount and dosage are consistent with the prior evaluation. So that is part of the continuous improvement for the program, to try to hit that mark with as many families as possible. This looks very similar to the one that you saw before, but in this case what we're talking about is substantiated CPS cases. And again, we're looking at from intake 12 months and from case closure to 12 months. And the dosages are the same as they were in the other chart. They're in 8-hour increments. And it really looks very similar in terms of graphing it, because what you see is that as we go up in dosage, there's a decrease in the substantiated cases, which I think maybe is something you would expect to see. It would be normal to see. But you see when you get to a certain point, you're looking at 99%, 100% of the cases. And that's including the ones where it's been 12 months after services have occurred. And maybe to simplify a little bit, here's a way that you can look at the dosage, the hours of service, how many families fell into each of those categories, and what percentage of them had a subsequent substantiated CPS case. And so what you see is, 8 hours or less is probably not nearly as effective as the other doses, and that's what we would expect. And again, it's consistent. And from that, we know that being at least 16 is really important. But if we can go higher and put it in the 26 to 35 or so, we're probably right at the place that we need to be in terms of having the greatest impact.
Can you tell us how much of these services is funded by First Five as compared to it would be the social service system, CPS, et cetera?
Well, I think
what's funded by whom?
I will get you the numbers, because I might say the numbers wrong if I do it off the top of my head. But when Richard was talking about it, 66% of the families are the families that fit into the 0 to 5 and are therefore the First Five funded families, and then the balance would be the school-age family, or families with school-age children. But we can get you the numbers. I'm just not sure I can do it.
But then if there was no First Five, and no ability, wouldn't those families have to be served anyway?
If there were no First Five funding, there would be fewer sites in the community, and there'd be substantially fewer families served.
Okay, because I just think as we look forward both to sustainability and the whole notion of prevention and early intervention, it seems like the 0 to 5, it's not just an age range, it's a source of interventions that will reduce further need for services down the road. And I think as we talk about sustainability, that's important to keep in mind.
I agree.
Thank you.
And certainly the research backs up how pivotal and important that age group is. I will say there have been some remarkable success with some of the 6 to 11 in particular children, so we're pleased with that too, obviously. Now, remember how Richard said that Stephanie told him to say logistic regression? This is where I lost the coin flip. So I am going to explain to you as best I can, but mainly it's the results that we have, I think, that are most meaningful. Doing a logistic regression allows to control variables, so we're really looking at the things that we want to see in particular and not being perhaps impacted by a whole group of other kinds of variables. So what you see on this list are the things that were controlled for in this part of the analysis. This is another level of sophistication that we haven't done in the past, and so kudos and thanks to all the partners who were at the table in this design, because that made it possible for us to do this kind of a look. And certainly it's important that we're controlling for those kinds of variables like demographic, CPS history, the AAPI scores, etc. So what I'm going to present to you are basically the 5 findings from that analysis and what they may mean to us. And so first of all, what you can see is that a higher percentage of MPP lessons completed, if that occurs, the higher the level is, the less likely a CPS substantiation will happen within 12 months of intake. And for every 10% increase in dosage, there's a 15% reduction in the likelihood of a CPS substantiation. So that's a really key finding for us. And likewise, in the second finding, where we address the families who were assessed for 12 months after case closure, what we found is the same kind of finding, slightly different numbers. A 10% increase in the average dosage results in an 18% decrease in likelihood of CPS substantiation. So again, this really helps inform us about what the dosage should be and where we really want to get to with these families. And then the third finding is looking at families with a history of prior CPS investigation and the likelihood that they will then have a subsequent substantiated case from intake or after closing the case. And again, what we see is essentially the same kind of finding, again, slightly different numbers, but we're 10 times more likely to have CPS substantiations within 12 months if the parents had a CPS investigation, a history of investigation. And likewise, CPS investigations during B&B services increases likelihood of CPS substantiation post-closure. So what we're seeing with both of those is if there's a CPS history, it is more difficult, even with the proper dosage, to make the kind of difference that keeps families out of the system. I do want to refer you back that we've been successful in keeping them out of the system, but that this is more difficult and it takes more resources and typically more time with those families. And again, remind you that we're now up to the point that 52% of the families who are coming in have some kind of history. So that was not the case early on in the program. And so having data that looks very similar to early in the program is very gratifying, because that means even with perhaps higher risk levels or histories like that, there's still very meaningful outcomes. And this was another finding in the logistic regression analysis, that Latino parents were less likely to have post-substantiations. And you can see that Latino parents had a 59.4% lower odds of having a substantiated allegation within 12 months of closure. So that's obviously something we'll be looking at even deeper, because that's a very compelling finding. And the last thing before we open it for questions is I would point out to you in your own report, there's a nice little diagram of scuba divers, and that shows that when you compare child abuse recurrence among the general population to the home visitation population, 9% for the general population, 3% for the birth and beyond served families. So that is a very compelling reason for us to look for sustainability for this program.
Those are astronauts, by the way.
Oh, astronauts, I'm sorry.
I was looking for scuba divers.
Well, you see the one at the bottom is under the blue, and so it kind of looks like it's water. Okay. All right. First I thought it was somebody with their tongue sticking out, so I got better with scuba diving. So we will now open up to any questions that you have.
Great. Thank you, Sheila. Obviously very, very thorough and very informative. Commissioner Gordon.
I didn't have a question as much as a comment, and I just really wanted to commend you and all of your partner agencies, because as I've watched this over the years, and especially now with the evaluation committee, the way you approach this work, I think, is a real model. It's extraordinarily collaborative. Your ears are always open to listening to good ideas. It's data-driven. You look at the data, you're focused on continuous improvement. But I think most of all, you're really focused on the notion of how do we do prevention and early intervention in practice, so we don't end up just with helping people in the moment.
Right.
But we look at how do we make sure we don't see the same things happening over and over again in the same family. So my hat is off to you. It's great work, and it's a real privilege to being able to partner with you.
Oh, thank you so much. I will pass that on. In fact, I'll play the tape at our next B&B meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Wirtz?
Well, I want to echo a lot of what David just said. I think this has been a very unique effort to do this evaluation in this way from the years of work that we've done. This is the most collaborative, and that's not saying anything negative about the past by any means, but I think being part of that committee and listening to the buy-in from the county and from First Five and from our evaluators and from our partners in the programs was really impressive, and I really do think it sets the stage for continued improved quality improvement kind of efforts, because I think these are good results, and I think the thing that is really striking about this is I think the earlier comments that these are families that are often in crisis and really do need support from the community and from other parts of their relationships. That just shows how difficult it is to work with families who have multiple stresses in their lives, and their kids are at risk in part because of that. And I think it shows two things. With the logistic regression notion, it really indicates that even when you take into account that half of these families have had CPS involvement already, even when you take that into account, the more we can keep them in services, the less likely it is they're going to have a substantiation down the road, and that's significant. And the other side of that is, even with intervention, those who have a long history or a substantial history of involvement are all the more difficult to gain the skills and minimize the likelihood of future CPS involvement. So both of those findings are meaningfully there, and I think this has been an improvement of how to look at that data. It really does confirm what was done in the past, but it does it in a way that I think can stand up to more scrutiny, and there's certainly room for improvement on how we do that in the future in terms of measuring other factors like we were talking about with Persimmon and other involvements and so on. But I think it really is a testament to the commitment of this collaboration and First Five staff to try to use data in a way that's going to help improve the outcomes for our families. So it's a great indication that we are making progress in a difficult situation. It's not easy, and that's why it takes the amount of time and effort from each and every one of the dedicated home visitors and staff in these programs. And I really like that some of the community are engaged back into these efforts around the family resource centers and so on. So it's a good indication. Thank you. I think it was a great process.
Thank you.
I had a question. I'm looking through the full report there, the evaluation, I guess, and I'm not seeing any kind of cross reference to Birth and Beyond sites. Is there, in other words, if I wanted to note the statistics that you showed for the entirety of the program, can I do that by looking somewhere? Maybe it's an appendix to this that tells me what the performance was, for instance, at River Oak.
We didn't do that.
You didn't.
Broken it out by site. What we do have, though, however, is our regular monthly reports that we review that don't have all of this analysis in them, but they'll show caseloads, they'll show measurement by milestones, by site, and I mean, it's like this much data that is by site, which we've been transparent since the beginning. Everybody sees everybody's data, and we work on it together. But this level of analysis doesn't break down, but we could provide you with the other.
What would it take to provide this level of analysis by site?
Can I get back to you because I don't know how to answer that?
Okay, but it sounds like you obviously do collect the data from each of the 11 sites, so you must be able to, there's probably a statistical way to keep them from being aggregated at some point, so you can understand the performance at each, right?
We know we can do that for all the milestones and other variables, but not necessarily this. And so I think I have to go back to the committee and the data. I'm not the person who would know how to do that. So we'll circle back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you all.
My cheat sheet says vote. Is there no vote?
No.
Okay. Didn't think there was. All right. Next item, please.
Commission member comments?
You're right.
Okay. Any member of the commission care to make a comment or comments? Commissioner Hassett.
Yeah, I just want to say I enjoyed going to the meeting with all of the other commissioners from throughout the state. Christina and I were there at separate tables, but it was a really good opportunity to hear what other commissions are doing. A lot of it was about the shift from being a funder to other sustainability and policy work, and I was just really proud that we're already so much farther along than a lot of the other agencies are, and people were impressed with some of the work we're doing, and it was just really interesting to be a part of that and be part of the bigger picture. So thanks for having us come.
Very good. Any other comments? Okay. If not, and there's no further business before this commission, we are adjourned.
Test 1, 2.
6888. Yeah.
Test, test, test 1, 2. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test 1, 2.
Keep talking.
Test, 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 test 1, 2. Test, 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 test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Still sounds a little distorted to me.
Ready?
One. Test, test 1, 2, test, test, test 1, 2. This is test. This is test.
Why is it not behaving? We just replaced the batteries on it, and it was working fine in the last meeting. There was two of them.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
That's better. Test, test 1, 2. Yeah, much better.
And I said, yeah.
Two is better than 1.
good. We turn off the thing now.
Chris rolls the window down. Cute. That's adorable. Must be something in the name. That's my daughter's name too. Oh, is it? She's a Abigail? Yeah, yeah, she's a stud. She will say whatever is on her mind.
Chris, how you doing? Good. The contractor's yard? Yeah. Did you get a promotion? Is that why we don't get to see you as much?
I actually just got it. I just got it.
You did? Oh, what'd you get?
Associate.
Associate? Yep. Congratulations. Nice job.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm very excited.
Is that more money too?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, more responsibility.
Yeah.
It's not effective till the 14th, so I can't actually put it on anything.
So where'd you go to school?
Cal Poly.
Oh, okay. And you're not an architect?
No, I know.
Yeah, thank God. No, we don't need any more of those. We need more good planners.
Well, so they do a 6-year program, so I was like, no way.
Oh my God. Oh, for architecture? Yeah, forget that.
Yeah.
How long did you do a master's program?
No, I didn't. I just did a bachelor's.
BA? Yeah. I did a 2 years master's in planning, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Yeah, planning. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Well, I claim to be. Nobody acknowledges it because I'm a hack.
Yeah.
But I did mine at Fresno. It was 2 years. Ugh. 2 long years.
About Fresno, though.
Well, they don't even have it anymore.
Oh.
Nobody wanted to go there.
Oh.
It's just a dump. It's just horrible.
What do they say? The armpit, right? Or something?
Oh my God. I was there a week. And I figured out on what day in 2 years I could leave, and I put it on the wall, and I left on that day. I couldn't wait to go. It was awful. Oh my God. In fact, I used to go back just so I could leave again.
It's a great feeling, get it all behind you. Yeah.
Oh man, it was, God, that was a long 2 years.
Yeah.
Hot. And then in the winter, you would go a month or 6 weeks without seeing the sun because of the tule fog.
Oh, yep.
I was like, oh my God, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a great place.
No, it sucked.
In
It was my
comparison to
penitence
slow,
for something.
Yeah. In comparison to slow, it's like I never wanted to leave, but.
Cal Poly be fun.
Yeah.
There he is.
Our guest
Just coming out to meet you in the lobby.
You want to go out there and talk, or doesn't matter?
Yeah, might as well.
Let's reach. Saw Cindy there. Saw Cindy today.
Oh yeah. Hey, another check?
Yeah, I ran up to give her a receipt.
I don't even know if she'll be here. She says she would. She would.
D-Tech and solder one on. We have one. I'll save it for tomorrow. We'll do that for tomorrow project.
Hello.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the May 7th meeting of the Sacramento Planning Commission to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I thought that was him. We'll start with the roll call, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hom?
Here.
Polly?
Here.
Tatishi?
Here.
Martinson?
Here.
Shelby? And you have a quorum.
And we'll do a quick introduction of staff, starting with County Council.
Bill Burke with County Council.
Amanda Bishop with the Clerk of the Board's office.
Chris Bahuli, Planning and Environmental Review.
Great, thank you. See some speakers here tonight. Just a reminder, if you would like to speak, please sign up in the back with the electronic system. I don't have anybody as of yet. If you wish to speak, we'll swear you in when you come up during public comment. And with that, we'll call the first item.
Okay, so this evening we are actually, for item number 4, we're going to go ahead and take that item. It's being dropped, so I just want to announce that if there's anybody here for public comment on it, we have staff here to answer questions. If not, this item's dropped and we'll come back at another time possibly. And then also, staff has requested that we take item number 3 first, and then we will continue on with item number 1 and 2 in order.
Okay, let's start this up. Good evening. I'm Thomas Vogt with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. I will be presenting the Santa Juanita Estates project. So the Santa Juanita Estates project is located at 6840 Santa Juanita Road, north of Central Avenue in the Orangevale community. Surrounding uses are mostly residential in character. You can see on this zoning map here that the project property and surrounding uses are zoned RD2, and directly to the north is zoned AR1, agricultural residential 1 acre. The community is mostly rural residential in character. The applicant is requesting a tentative subdivision map resubmission of a previously approved tentative subdivision map. Here we have some aerials of the site. You can see here's the project site adjacent to City of Folsom, and closer in of the project site. So as I said before, the applicant is requesting a approval of a resubmission of a previously approved tentative subdivision map. The map would divide 3.45 acres into 6 lots in the RD2 zone. The setup is shown on the screens here. We have Juanita Court running through the middle, and that will be a public street, and it will serve all 6 of the lots. All lots will pull access from Juanita Court. Here are some pictures of the site. It's important to note that the site is completely vacant as of right now. There are no buildings on it. There are some slight vegetation of eucalyptus trees to the north, as well as the south and the west. But the site is mostly flat and developed, populated by short grasses. Some of our key points is the Planning Commission is the final hearing authority. The request is to divide 3.45 acres into 6 lots. There was a previously approved tentative subdivision map in 2005. There's been a slight change between the 2 maps. The previous 2005 map had a public street width of 40 feet. This has been reduced down to 32 feet. The project site is vacant. All the lots will meet the development standards. And during the Orangevale CPAC for this project, a neighbor spoke out requesting that decomposed granite be placed along the frontage of Santa Juanita Avenue. The applicant has agreed to discuss placing a decomposed granite walk along that. First, they have to work with site improvements to determine if that's feasible with the improvements that need to be installed. Staff is recommending that you recognize the environmental coordinator's memo and determine that the previous negative declaration is still adequate and appropriate for the proposed project, and that you approve the resubmission of the tentative subdivision map subject to the findings listed in attachment 2, and find the project to be substantially compliant with the countywide design guidelines. And the Orangeville CPAC recommended approval on with 4 yes and 2 absent of the project. Yep.
Great, thank you. Questions of staff?
I do have a question. I live relatively close to this, within probably half a mile. So my question is, do I need to abstain? I don't know the distance that's appropriate.
500 feet is a threshold. So do you have a sense if you're beyond 500 feet?
Yeah, I am. I am definitely beyond 500 feet.
You're not technically required to recuse yourself, but if you feel that you can't be completely objective for any reason because of the proximity of where you live, then you may want to independently decide to recuse yourself, but you're not legally required to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Question of staff? Good evening, Thomas. Not morning. Anyway, I just had a question on this DG pathway along San Juanita Avenue. So that's not part of the conditions approval. Right now, it's a standard curb, gutter, and sidewalk.
Yeah, it'll be curbs actually, or sorry, just gutters.
So no sidewalk?
Yeah, no sidewalk along
So
San
with this
Juanita.
DG pathways is just the curb and then a DG walkway per se?
Kind of like a shallow decomposed granite path, yeah, probably about 3 or 4 feet wide.
And that's on the public right of way, or is that on the like a dedicated easement on one of the properties?
That would be actually on lot, I believe it's lot 1 and lot 6, outside of the right of way. It would be kind of an optional additional sidewalk that would cross the 2 lots to provide access.
Okay, so it's outside the public right of way, but
yes.
on the parcel itself.
On the parcel itself.
Somewhat like an easement.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was it. Okay, thank you.
Questions?
And the applicant was okay with that?
Yes.
Well,
with
we'll bring
Okay.
them up in
Yes,
just a second. I just have sort of a broader question, maybe not super specific to this project, but obviously we've seen some development on the edge of the county line bordering up against a city or another incorporated area where there's a lot of development happening. What's the, is there a communication process for zoning purposes when you have like property lines that abut a more densely populated area and our zoning is widely different? Because it seems, you know, there's still some ag and AR2, and just curious as to if there's a process for that or if it's just communication between governments.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think in this case, there would have been, as part of our distribution process, there would have been notification to the city of Folsom. I'm assuming that happened in this case.
Yeah.
Did we get communication?
No comments received.
No communication back from the city of Folsom on this project.
So just other than a development by development process, that's just how you notify the neighboring jurisdiction?
That's correct.
And so when they say we have, you know, say we weren't proposing development in North County or even here, and we had ag land zoned or AR2, and they were proposing a big development potentially, they just have to notice us as they're going through the entitlement process, or?
That is correct.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Okay, we'll call the applicant up, please. And can you state your name for the record, and we'll swear you in quickly with our clerk.
Hi, my name is Bob Valletta.
Okay. Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is, I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this commission is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do. Okay.
Where's yours?
Well, I mean, everything except for the DG pathway is the only kind of the the issue that was brought up at the CPAC meeting. So the only issue that we have is that if you're approving, if you want something like that, is the county going to assume the liability for that pathway? Because, you know, otherwise we have to figure out who's liable for that pathway on a private property to have, you know, it designated. There's no other areas on Santa Juanita that have a pathway like this, and you know, if it was feasible, if we want to if we want to do it on the public right away, you know, maybe we can look at that. But there's just some liability there for that homeowners on those two lots that I'm concerned about them accepting that liability, or you know, and again, this is going to be a DG pathway on basically 100 feet of Santa Juanita that's 5 miles, you know, 3 miles long. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of like you swerve in and swerve out. So we'll look at it, but I'm concerned about who's going to assume the liability of that.
So this,
Go ahead.
So this DG pathway is just in front of your particular lot, and it's like a highway to nowhere per se.
It basically, you would be walking the road, crossing over the gutter, walking on the DT path, and then crossing back onto the road and walking the rest of the way.
Okay.
So
point taken.
And you accept all the conditions included?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thoughts, comments from commissioners?
Madam Vice Chair, I am going to abstain.
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to follow staff recommendations to recognize the environmental coordinator's memo dated January 29th, 2018, and the negative DAC. Recommend approval of the resubmission of the tentative subdivision map, and the project's is substantial with the compliance with the countywide design guidelines. Of course, the conditions of approval.
So where does that leave you with the pathway?
I'm okay with it not being there because it's not part of the conditions of approval right now. It's just a advisory is how I read it. Correct, right, Chris?
That's correct. It is
Or
not a condition
Thomas?
of approval.
Right.
Okay. And I agree. Okay, please vote.
Okay, motion passes with Commissioner Pauly abstaining.
Great, thank you. Please call our next item. I guess we're going back to the beginning now.
Yes. Okay, now we're back on track to item number 1, review of Sacramento County's 2018-19 5-year capital improvement plan.
Good evening. I am Todd Taylor. I am an associate planner with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. This is an item that comes to your planning commission, every year, and it looks at the capital improvement plan for the county, which proposes projects, capital projects for the county over the next 5 years. The CIP, as it's called, is set forth in County Code Section 21.15, and that outlines the purpose of the CIP as well as this review process. So the purpose of the review that we have before you tonight is to determine if the projects are consistent with the general plan and to address any issues prior to approval of the CIP by the board. It is not to evaluate the merits of the projects, costs, or environmental impacts of those projects. So the process that the CIP goes through is the board reviewed the CIP initially at its April 10th meeting, and then it refers it to the Planning Commission for a determination. The Planning Commission determines consistency and then forwards those findings back to the board, and then the board receives those findings and adopts the CIP in their June budget hearings. The projects that were included in the review this time are those that had not previously been reviewed in prior CIP reviews. And just, you know, I'm sure as you look through them, you notice that a majority of them were just improvements to the existing facilities and, you know, upgrading infrastructure and facilities. This year, the projects were in these categories. I don't say departments because county buildings and capital construction is actually under general services department, but we looked at airports, which had a lot of just runway and apron improvements. Some interesting projects were additional vehicles for the automated people mover at the Terminal B, and a security checkpoint expansion in Terminal A. County buildings and capital construction, a lot of just upgrades, looking at energy efficiency and ADA upgrades when possible. For the Department of Technology, or DTech, they were looking at including UC Davis and the City of Davis in their public safety radio system. Libraries, again, was just a lot of upgrades to existing facilities. Transportation had a lot of overlay projects coming up, and a few complete streets project, including Folsom Boulevard, Greenback Lane, and Howe Avenue. Well, that one is a bicycle and pedestrian improvements. Waste management, a lot of upgrades to equipment, and for Department of Water Resources, looking at art and service area water meters, water mains and meter replacement, which is a big project, and then and a hood storage tank and water treatment plant to deal with some state requirements on water quality. So you received all of these projects in your staff report. The first part of that was a table of the projects and any pertinent policies, general plan policies and analysis, followed by the project descriptions that were provided by the departments. And then this year, sometimes it's followed by additional background documents, but this year there were no additional background documents included. Staff reviewed these projects and found them to be consistent with the general plan. Therefore, we are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution, finding that the projects listed in the 5-year CIP are consistent with the adopted policies of the county's general plan, and direct the county executive to report back to the Board of Supervisors the Planning Commission's findings. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions of staff?
I do have just one quick question, and I know we're not debating the merits of anything. Libraries, are they owned by the county, or is that the JPA that manages those?
I believe they are owned by the county, and General Services is in charge of these upgrades.
The property is maintained by the counties. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Great.
I'm just very happy to see that there's an expansion of the security checkpoint at Terminal A, so thank you for that.
I do have a question,
Sure.
Todd. Todd, this is not listed as part of the 5-year capital improvement plan, but I sort of see missing any mention about our homeless and our affordable housing. Is there anything that you know of in the works? I'm not sure if planning is the right group that knows this, or if it's more of a different group within the county that, is there any budgets being projected to help mitigate the homeless population in terms of, housing projects or, that type of item, or even in partnership with SHRA or anything like that?
I don't have that information, but I believe Chris has some information.
Yeah, I would just offer up that that this review is part of the county's CIP. There probably isn't any physical improvements that are being looked at as part of the CIP. However, there may be programs that are being contemplated in the 2018-19 annual budget that the board will be debating soon. In addition to that, as you mentioned, the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency would likely also be the place where more of the capital improvement type projects would be brought forward as part of their annual budget. They are on a calendar year, not similar to the county, and so the board considers their annual budget and capital improvement program in the October to November timeframe.
So chances that there's something somewhere in the county budgets. We're hoping.
In county budgets,
Right.
yes, yeah, but not part of the county's CIP budget.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. Thoughts, comments? It seems pretty straightforward to me, and I'm happy to make a motion unless anybody has any other thoughts. Okay. So the recommendation is to approve the attached resolutions and the finding that the projects are consistent in the 5-year CIP with the budget and the general plan, and direct the county executive to report the planning commission's findings back to the Board of Supervisors.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
And our next item, please.
All right. Item number 2, use permit and design review. LMA Jackson LLC, located at 9815 Jackson Road in the Cordova community. The environmental dock is negative declaration.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Cindy Scher, Planning and Environmental Review, Project Manager. This evening, before you is the ABSL construction project. It is located at 9815 Jackson Road, approximately 1,200 feet northeast of Jackson Road and Bradshaw Highway, or excuse me, Bradshaw Road. Out in the Cordova community, and it is a request for an expansion of a contractor's yard, and that's through a use permit and design review. And I'm going to show you a couple just exhibits to get you oriented on where the project is located. It is depicted in red up here on the screen. On the aerial, you can see that surrounding it, to the north and to the east, predominantly is the Tykert mining site. So that's what's taking place out there. Directly to the north, that area is starting to be reclaimed by Tykert, but then they just received extensions and permits to continue mining, and I'm just bringing all that up so you understand the context of this request, which is sort of a light industrial type use, and the context there is a lot of mining activity, a lot of trucks and everything from that mining activity out there on Jackson Road. And then just to the west of the site, you can see there's another type, light industrial type use, and then across Jackson, there is actually an office building which is being used by Tykert, and it looks like they're storing some materials. Further down the road to the east across is a church facility, but they're far enough away that they don't share an access or cross access or anything like that. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what's happening out there in the area. The project site itself is shown here up on this slide, and what I tried to do is show you there's an existing trailer, and you notice in the staff report we identified that they're proposing to take that trailer off the property and replace it with another trailer, which I have a photo of that a little later on. And then the bottom left-hand corner is if you stand at the gate and look into the site, that's what you'll see. And so there is an existing building clear to the back, which they are going to keep for storage. To the left, if you're looking down in that bottom front entry, would be where they're going to put the new office trailer, and then to the right is where they're going to put the new 7,500 square foot shop building. The far right picture, I thought it'd be a good idea to show you because I'm going to talk about Jackson Road a little bit later on. That's the existing condition of Jackson Road. That was taken standing at the entry to the site and then looking east down Jackson Road. So that's their frontage there. You can see a lot of the trees would be in the proposed right-of-way and expansion of Jackson Road. And that's what that slide depicts. And excuse me for my voice. I'm going to try to make it through without sneezing or coughing. So this is a request for a use permit. For the record, they do have a minor use permit, which they applied for and received for a family-run contractor's business. This interim agricultural, the IR, interim residential agricultural zone, has some very specific criteria about the types of uses that can go in there. It is interim. Most of the uses are rural agricultural, but it does allow for some what we're considering heavy commercial, light industrial type uses. Some are permitted uses, some aren't. And like I said, it's an interim until someone comes through and rezones a greater area. We haven't seen it come in as piecemeal on pieces. We're kind of waiting for a lot of property owners to get together and maybe come in and rezone and take a look at that. In this particular case, this is just the one almost 9-acre site that we're looking at they were allowed to have the minor use permit for family operated only, which means that the only people that can come to the site are family members, and the only people that can be working on the site are family members, and the only vehicles on the site can be with family members. So it's very, very limiting. I think and the applicants here and all his representatives, what they started out was to make sure this site was going to work for them. And so they started out with that minor use permit. Then they came back with a pre-application, which we highly recommend, and they went through that process to see if they maybe could expand it and what staff would require, what are all the conditions that we might be looking at from the other departments. They are on septic and well out there. They are located in the West Jackson Highway Master Plan area. So all these things kind of come into play before an applicant really wants to submit for a big project and spend a lot of money. So we went through the pre-application process, and they did decide, so I'm giving you a little history of how we got here this evening. They did apply for the use permit, and that's to expand the minor use permit. A regular use permit allows them to have employees other than family members. It allows them to have their company rigs, their company equipment, big heavy equipment out there. It allows them to have the 7,500 square foot shop building, replace the building. They also want a wash rack area. All those things could be approved with a use permit, but could not with the minor use permit. So that's what's before you tonight, is really an expansion of what they're doing now. They also had to go through design review, which was rather interesting because typically we do not look at metal buildings or make recommendations on metal buildings. In this case, because one, it's that interim zone, and then more importantly, because the West Jackson Highway Master Plan is being worked on, but we haven't had any public hearings yet. The environmental document has not gone out for review yet. It's kind of in a holding pattern out there, and we're not sure what's going to happen. So a lot of the property owners do not want to invest a lot of money in putting permanent structures or creating too much permanency on their properties until they really know what their land uses are going to be. When I talk to the folks that are preparing that plan, they said employment, and I'm not sure whether that meant retail service or light industrial or heavy commercial. And then another plan showed it as possibly being residential. So there's some conflicts there, and we decided as staff to recommend to you that it would be okay for them to have metal buildings and not create too much of an investment without really knowing. We don't have a solidified plan out there. So we did take it to the Design Review Advisory Committee, to DRAC, recommending, and they did find, based on what's being proposed out in the area, based on kind of the unknowns, that it would be okay to have this metal building, which is the top building up there, which is their shop building, and then also replace the existing trailer with a temporary office trailer. But it also still has to meet ADA, and they still have to meet all the flood requirements. So when I say temporary, it doesn't mean they are excluded from any types of regulations or requirements from any of the other departments. They still have to be consistent with all of those. And then I think I've pretty much gone through the key points. You are the final hearing body unless there's an appeal of the property. We have received 2 letters of support from adjacent property owners. Those were included as attachment 9. We have worked with our Department of Transportation on conditions for Jackson Road, and those I think start at condition number 12. That's the group from DOT, and I talked about that in the staff report a little bit, and I'll bring it up here because what's happening right now is Caltrans has said that they are going to relinquish Jackson Road to the county, but we're not quite sure what the timing is. And one of the things we've heard is when applicants come in to try to get an encroachment permit on Jackson Road, Caltrans says, oh, we're not going to look at those because we're going to relinquish it to the county. But the relinquishment hasn't taken place yet. So we tried to word those conditions to allow the applicant to get an encroachment permit, and if Caltrans didn't want to do it, and they get caught in some like little time frame there, the county DOT and Caltrans could have a letter or some acknowledgement that it's okay that they get the encroachment permit and they can widen their access. And that's what it's all about for this project, is widening their access to meet fire requirements. So then we have different departments and different priorities here. And I just am mentioning that because we did work that out with DOT, we worked it out with fire, and we've had communication with Caltrans, and they're just saying wait. So I'm hoping that we have conditions that will resolve all those things. The other thing with West Jackson, the road out there, Jackson Road, is that DOT is also recommending that any improvements get deferred, so that would be expansion of the road. They do have quite a bit of frontage there, but until we know what the actual capacity of that West Jackson Highway community plan or master plan, we're not quite sure what those improvements would be. And so that's why DOT is recommending a deferral for all the improvements out there on Jackson Road. There is an existing fence on the property. If you went out to look at it, that pretty much identifies the westerly half of this site, which is this portion that they are proposing improvements. They are not proposing any improvements or expansion of any buildings or facilities at all on the east side. And that's why the environmental document did not talk about getting too close to the creek, which actually isn't on their property but further away, because they aren't proposing anything there in that whole east area. With all of that, we are recommending adoption of the negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, approval of the use permit, approval of design review. The Cordova CPAC is also recommending approval, 5-0, and the DRAC found the project consistent with the design guidelines, 2-0. That concludes my staff report, except for one last thing. I knew there was one left. I handed out a revision to condition 1. We heard from the applicant that they would actually like to go to 25 years, so I approached our division manager in charge of the master plans, because we are recommending a sunset clause, which you don't see us recommend very often, but again, it's because of this West Jackson Highway master plan and some of the ambiguity going on there. And he said that would be fine with the 5 years. I also ran the condition past our county counsel, Bill Burke, to make sure that legally we're fine here. And so we are proposing an amendment to condition number 1, and that's highlighted in the yellow, and that would be added to condition number 1. With that concludes my staff report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I have a few questions.
Sure, go
Thank you. So on the piece that you handed out, it says no new uses or any expansion of existing uses shall be permitted, throughout that 20 to 25 year period, I'm assuming. And so just procedurally, this kind of says, you can't even come back and ask for it?
They could come back for an amendment. Under this use permit, they couldn't just go out and add another building. They would have to come back, because this use permit specifically, if you approved it tonight, for the uses and the buildings that you're approving tonight.
Okay, so is this wording really the way we want it worded? Because it says no new uses shall be permitted. Does that mean underneath this? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be pedantic.
In addition to what is specifically approved with this use permit?
Right.
So this wording's okay?
I think it's okay.
Okay, good. Thank you.
But I think it's a fair question. But as long as everybody understands what is intended there.
Yeah, I would hate for them to not even have the option to ask, right?
Yeah, and I think it is a good point to mention that it would be subject to an amendment of this use permit. That would be the mechanism to expand if they so choose in the future.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We wanted to make sure here that they weren't under the impression that they could just keep expanding without coming back. But that was, very good question.
Thank you. My second question is, you referred to family business, and then throughout the document it says business owner. And so my question is this contingent on the family owning this for another generation, or could it be sold to another single business owner and still have this use permitted?
It could be sold because the use permit runs with the property. So under the minor use permit, it was for that particular family business. Under a regular use permit, it goes with the property, not with this particular owner.
Great, thank you.
Questions?
I just want to go on record, I did meet with the applicant, Holloway Land Company.
Question? Okay. I'm just curious what staff indicated the timeline for the master plan for public hearing.
I am...
No comments?
Maybe 5 years.
Sometime.
They're working on a lot of issues out there.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call the applicant up, please. And we'll swear you in quickly, too.
Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is, I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this commission is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do. Thank you. Vice Chair Martinson, members of the Commission, Brian Holloway, Holloway Land Company representing ABSL, LLC. I have Todd Wheeler, who is with the ABSL family here, and also Steve Norman, our civil engineer, here to answer any questions you may have. We have, first of all, I'd like to thank Cindy Shaw, your staff, for doing a great job again. This project was processed promptly and very thoroughly, and we really appreciate her hard work in getting us here so quick. So thank you very much to Cindy. We have read the staff report, and we agree with all the conditions, including the newest one that allows us a little more time. If the Jackson Highway plan takes even longer than it already has, so we appreciate that, and we're here for your questions and your deliberations.
Any questions of the applicant? Seems pretty straightforward to me, so thank you.
And just as one quick comment, it's not necessarily a family operation, but ABSL is the family. The family will be owning and operating it. It's just not officially that way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My concern was just to make sure that, because 25 years is a long time, that they
Stuck
had
to the same
options.
family, yeah.
Yeah, or options to sell, or, yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Bring it back for thoughts, discussions, motion.
I'd like to move.
Okay.
Move to approve. I hope I'm reading this correctly. Move to determine that the environmental analysis is adequate and complete, and adopt the negative declaration, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approve the use permit subject to the findings and the conditions listed in attachment 2 of this report, find the project in substantial compliance with the countywide design guidelines, subject to the findings and conditions listed in attachment 2 of this report.
I'll second.
Great. And that's reflecting the new condition that we added tonight, or the timeline update.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's reflective of the...
the additional?
Yes.
Yes, that was my intention. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote with those members present.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Next item, your report.
The item number 5 is Planning Director's report.
Just a couple of quick comments. The first item to note is I thought it would be appropriate to get you up to speed on the Fruitwood Court appeal. That has finally resolved itself. The item was scheduled to be heard by the board on April 24th. Both the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision, as well as a fee waiver request. Right before the meeting, the appellant notified the clerk's office that they were dropping the appeal and withdrawing their request for a fee waiver. And so it was resolved at that point, and we are moving forward, or the applicant is moving forward with their project. Also wanted to note a couple of other things. Staff held their annual CPAC training last week on Monday. There were about 40 or so CPAC members, which is about half of all of the CPAC members that attended the training. We held it out at the sewer district out off of Bradshaw, and we are very pleased with the turnout. We sort of themed the event as a back to basics type of training. We really emphasized this with the CPAC members that the board and the Planning Commission really appreciates the work that the CPAC members do, and the comments that they provide, the actions that they take really do help influence the direction that both the Planning Commission and board and zoning administrator go when they when you render decisions on projects. So I thought it was really good to have such a good turnout, and hopefully we see that reflective in some of the work that's being done by the CPAC members in the next few months. At tomorrow's board meeting, we have a number of items that the Planning Commission has heard in the recent past. We have the design review code amendments that will be considered by the board tomorrow, as well as that larger zoning code package that had a number of items in it. Those two items are being considered by the board tomorrow. They are also going to be considering an appeal for a project that didn't quite make it to the Planning Commission. It is I did mention it at one of our meetings. It's a use permit for a squirrel monkey sanctuary out in the southeast area community. That project normally would have been considered by the Planning Commission doing business as the Board of Zoning Appeals. However, the appeal is based on the lack of a preparation of an environmental impact report, and so therefore that appeal is being heard directly by the Board of Supervisors tomorrow, and I'll keep you updated at an upcoming meeting on how that appeal goes. So that's all that I had, unless members had questions of me.
Yeah, regarding the Squirrel Monkey Sanctuary, just procedurally, since the reason it's going to the Board of Supervisors is about a lack of the environmental review, does that mean that if it were upheld, it would come back to the Planning Commission for review?
No, it will be considered de novo, and so the board will be hearing the item in its entirety.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Next item, scheduling.
Yep. Item number 6 is miscellaneous scheduling matters.
What's coming up?
I think at our next hearing, there's 3 small cell sites that will be coming up. That's something that we perhaps are going to be seeing a lot more of. There's a number of cell phone providers that are interested in placing technology on existing county infrastructure, street light poles, etc. And so you'll be seeing three of those applications at your next meeting, and I think there might be 1 or 2 other items.
Great.
Just to announce, I will not be at the next Planning Commission meeting. I'll be out of the state.
Okay. Any other comments? I see no public comment, so we are adjourned. Thank you.